Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day three of the Dutch Classics live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. 23 players remaining on the final day. We will play down to a winner tonight and crown yet another champion at the King's Resort. First place going to take home over 60 G's, baby. €64,300 is for first place. All players now guaranteed a minimum of €2,048. My name is Action Dan. I'll be your host and commentator for the duration of this event. There was an absurd amount of action here in Kings last night. So many big pairs against big pairs and coolers. Huge pots. I expect nothing short of the same. As the 3-bet comes in from Gunter to 775 with the ace-5 of diamonds. Igor, who we've seen on the stream before, very creative player. 425k more for him to call. Blinds 80k, 160k with 160k running big blind ante. That's 80, 160, 160. The 3-bet going to work for Gunter, and he will take down the first hand of the day. The raise coming from Backer, playing a whopping 10, just over 11 million to start the hand, raising to 330k. That one will take down the blinds and antes, add 400k to the stack, now playing 11.5 million. And Thomas tanking in the small blind with 9-6 offsuit. And it looks like Fritz just going for it here in the cutoff with 7-4 spades. Fritz taking it down with the 7 high. Raise from Irakli Jangava. The ace king offsuit, raising to 330k. Fritz the board, calling with the king jack of hearts. Nice tunes playing in the background for the ambiance on this Monday afternoon. Hope you're all very well. Long, action-packed day in store. Igor takes that one down with a rejam from the small blind with the king 10 of clubs. That is a wild fold from the ace king. Took me a moment there. I felt like it was the ace king that rejammed. What's going on there is they know what's at stake and how close they're getting towards final table. But that is an over adjustment to say the least, folding a hand as strong as ace king. A lot of people get it into their heads that they're flipping it best with ace king, but oftentimes it's not the case. You get the rejams from the king jack suit, it's the king queen offsuits. Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, you just got to go and try and lose or win the flip, and that's just the way she goes. Apocalypse asks, is anyone watching the Royal Rumble? I used to love the Royal Rumble when I was about 10. Around 8 years old to about 12 years old, the Royal Rumble was, dare I say, the highlight of my years. Then, once I became a teenager, it kind of fizzled out, unfortunately. The only thing I wrestle with now is my conscience and my hairline. Feet raising to 320k with the pocket eights. The players will be aware of pay jumps. There is not a pay jump until we have 2 more eliminations. All players guaranteed €2,048 currently. 20th place will be guaranteed €2,418. So there is a jump of nearly €400 there. Okay, Apocalypse, I will give it a go. I'll watch the main event. But right now we're commentating on a different main event, the Dutch Classics main event, €250 buy-in with a whopping €411,000 in the prize pool. First, second, third and fourth will all receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. First prize going to take home €64,300, which is just staggering for a 250 buy-in. Would have flopped the boat, yeah, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Hindsight, a prevalent theme in the streets of Nolan Beholden. Gunter calling in the small blind, completing rather with the 9-8 offsuit. Ace 10 6 2 clubs is the board. $200k is the bet from Gunter. Turn is the Jack of Diamonds, 880k in the middle. This gives an open ender to Gunter. Directly top pair now. That is 600k. I like this sizing from Gunter. Designed to put serious pressure on a 10. Gets a 6 to fold. It's going to be hard for clubs to continue. For that sizing, a Jack going to continue, however. Gunter getting the job done there with the third barrel. Sexy stuff. Okay, Apocalypse. That is a serious statement to make. If you watch nothing else, make sure you watch the main event of the Royal Rumble and the aftermath. It's above anything you've ever seen wrestling TV in cinema. Whoo! Can I get a Ric Flair up in here? Woo! Better not do that too loud. Pierce the ears off you. It's a bit too early in the day for woos. Woo-hoos. Great bets and balls. Yes, a wicked combination. Thank you for your comment. I like the way it's phrased. Sometimes it's all you need at the poker table. Balls and a good bet size. Well, I don't know if that's true. He was repping a two-pair type hand. He could easily have a straight on that river also. Could have easily held a hidden queen, yes. I'm just going to call you OVB because it's a bit of a mouthful to say your name, but thank you for your comment. Could have easily been hiding a queen there, yes. Yes, indeed. Little sneaky queen. King 10, Queen is the flop. Beat taking the initiative here, betting 185. Apocalypse has just declared to the classroom that he's comfortable enough with his masculinity to admit that he cried at the end. I don't know how Mrs. Apocalypse will take that. Did you send her a video? You've got to be careful crying around women. That shit can stain for a long time. It's okay to cry though, you're just purging. Let it out, bite. Perhaps you should watch Emmerdale and Coronation Street in EastEnders. They've really exciting, dramatic storylines also. Backer raising to 330. Fritz calling in the big blind with King 10 of clubs. Backer I thought Backer was going to continue, but it's Fritz leading on Queen 6 deuce 1 club with the King 10 of clubs. Backdoor straight draws working for him to go with his King high. That's not a good card for his range. The 8 of spades hitting the turn, giving Backer the set. So we've had one more elimination, so 22 remaining now. River coming to 9 of diamonds. 2.5 million in this pot now. Fritz not wanting to slow down. And the way Fritz has played this, bets flop, bets turn, bets river. Straights get there. But it's not going to make Backer fold a set anytime soon. 4.2 million pot going in his direction. Also, can you all hear me perfectly? I've got the mic slightly set up differently today. So I'm not breathing down the mic, a little bit away from it. And OVV says the sound is super. That's music to my ears. We just have to fix the commentator now, and all things will be great. This is live with a 30-minute delay. It's as live can be when we are watching poker on the internet on a Monday afternoon. And the ace-9, of course, is going to have to jam here under the gun. The blinds and ante's about to hit him, and hit him hard. Shoves the last 5 big blinds over the line. Gunther going to call in the hijack with king jack off suit. Yes, K6 the devil in the hijack. He's going to call because it's for less than 5 big blinds. Any more, he would have to strongly consider folding. It's right on the line where it's just okay to call, I think. I don't think I know. You wouldn't believe what I know, and you wouldn't believe what I don't know. As Fritz de Boer, the deuces in the small, 670 more K for him to call. Fritz wanting to see a flop here with the deuces. Well, Ben, perhaps it is your equipment because there's no one else complaining about the voice or the sound. Do my utmost best for you to make sure I can meet your requirements. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Moving forward, Cito has decided to rejam from the big blind with ace-5 of clubs to get protection. And believe it or not, seven, 7, 5 is the flop to turn the 10 of hearts. River, the king of hearts. Thomas has been eliminated. Okay guys, I will see what I can do about the sound quality for you. Bear with me. One moment please. Okay, someone's asking about, now I've refreshed the page, sound should be totally fine. I'm using top quality mic. Perhaps there is a small lag on the stream and that is creating bad sound quality. The rejam with the ace-5 of clubs, I totally understand it because there's so much dead money. There's a call for the 670k and then a call from the small blind. So rejamming, he's giving protection and he's getting really good odds to go heads up against a jam for under 5 big blinds under the gun. So when he rejams there, if he doesn't get called by the hijack by Gunter or the small blind, he gets really good pot odds with his ace-5 suited, and that's why you've seen him make that rejam. He could 3-bet, but he didn't have enough. There's already 700k called twice and the original, so there's already 2.5 million up for grabs out there, and he's only got just over 3 million, so he's rejamming, give the under the gun protection as well. And if he loses 670k out of his 3.5 million stack, or it was a bit less I think, then you know he still has a workable 20 big blinds. So I actually really like the rejam. I understand that it looks like it's way too wild and loose. He had 4.5 million. Okay, yeah, well that's actually even more of a reason to rejam, because it means Gunter is not going to be able to call that light at all, and the small blind, in my opinion, is just dead money. So he could shove up to 5 million there and make that profitable. If he's not getting called, he just has to worry about going heads up for the 670k. So that's a quality rejam from the big blind. Ace Jack from Irakli under the gun. Under 10 big blinds. Gotta go. Well, you've got to weigh up how often you think you're going to get called in that situation when we rejam with all that dead money out there. And Stratos says, yet only one person wins if all call, and you were the one to lose. You lost a bit of your chips and you didn't need to. It comes down to your read. Yeah, OVB says it right. So fold or rejam. I think personally, with all that dead money out there, it's better to rejam, because an under the gun range for 5 big blinds with the blinds about and antes about to hit us is going to be very wide. Ace 5 suited performs very well against that 5 big blind range, and therefore, if we believe Gunter and the small blind is going to fold a large percentage of the time, then it makes our rejam very profitable over folding. Now Gunter facing nearly 10 big blinds from under the gun into his big blind with pocket fours. This is going to be a bit too much to gamble here. We do have a pair. It's hard to make a pair and hold them, but it's too small of a pair. The blinds go up every 40 minutes. Gunter giving this careful consideration. I just think it's a bit too much of a stack with pocket fours here. He's playing just under 5 million. It represents a third of his stack almost, with 21 players remaining. We can find better spots, especially in the Dutch Classics 250 main event. Does eventually let it go. No harm in giving a careful consideration before passing. Nobody asks anyone from checking the tournament, and OVB says the dealers. Very good, very good. And Apocalypse has informed me that the blinds are not 40 minutes today, they are 50-minute blinds. There is a pay jump looming. Pay jump looming of nearly €400. Cito folding 4-4 there. Well, he's just got a baby pair, not wanting to get involved against some of the bigger stacks. You're going to see a lot of tight, cautious play as we get closer to the final table. It's a great opportunity for the bigger stacks to really put pressure on those smaller stacks. The middling stacks have to be careful navigating their way through the field. We are running a special promotion just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop. So you could dress like a king. You can find out all the information about the merchandise and indeed the resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we've got three-way action to the flop. Ace 9 plays King 8, plays King 5. Ace Queen Queen is the flop. Good flop for Irakli. No one else really with much. The bet of 230k coming from Fritz. What is happening here was Fritz being a non-believer. Gives up in the end. Irakli taking that one down. Not that he was a non-believer, he's just trying to bluff. And it was a limp under the gun, yes. High Card Poker says Fritz is defo a fun player. You're going to find a lot of the players left in this field are going to be fun players. We get spoiled for choice when we have the World Series of Poker circuit events, and then the following weekend you have something like the Dutch Classics or something of way lesser of a buy-in. And of course there's going to be disparity between the quality of player. Beat raising to 320k from the small blind. Ace Jack 9 is the flop. Fritz coming along for the ride with the King 8 offsuit. Open ender for beat. Fritz coming up short here just with King High. Does currently still have the best hand. It's a fair fight. I would like to see beat continue here. Not just fold just because he doesn't have a spade in his hand. Six of spades on the turn. Check from beat again. This time Fritz betting 375. River coming the deuce of hearts. And Fritz gonna win with King High, giving up on the river. Beat perhaps could have took that one down with a bet on the flop instead of check calling. Did miss a lot of outs. As MVP Collective asked, where is the casino located? It's a resort. It's in Rosvedov. It's the King's Resort. Magnificent place for all your poker needs and many other needs included. Spas, luxury, accommodation, amazing food. You can find out all the information about the King's Resort at www.kingsresort.com. Yes, MVP Collective wondering why it's a Dutch Classic in Czech. Well, they organise, you can see the top right hand corner of your screen, 1,967 entries. The King's Resort can accommodate those kind of numbers where other places struggle to fit that many men in one building on the same day. Kings has national events for many countries. It does indeed. Beat in the cutoff, ace king off suit, paying about 15 big blinds to start the hand. decides to just move all in as the blinds have gone up. The small blind 100k, big blind 200k, with a 200k running big blind ante. Ace 10, 9, 2 diamonds is the flop. Igor with Queen 6, gonna bet out 225k. Open ender for backer. Paying a whopping 65 big blinds. Turn the 5 of diamonds. Gives Igor a flush draw. As 20 players now remain. Igor going to fire a second barrel, put pressure on a 10 or a 9. Backer lets it go. $425k is the bet from Cito, the cutoff. Ace 6 off suit, Igor on the button, Queen Jack off suit. Oh wait, does he want to play this one sub 20 blinds? Could just call, probably his best option. Could have opted for a rejam. Good thing he didn't, as Gunther is sitting in the big blind with the kings of kings. 3 bet coming to the tune of 1.7 million. Fritz with the raise, the ace jack off suit to 400k. Cito calling in the hijack with queen 10 off suit. Backer in for the right on the button with king jack off suit. We've got action. $19 players remaining now. Average stack 5.2 million. Flop is ace, 4, deuce, 2 diamonds. Fritz way out in front here. Top pair, jack kicker. Fritz takes that one down with a small bet.
The day before 9/11, the day before the attack, Rumsfeld gave a press conference. We're talking about trillions of dollars missing. The day, then a plane slams into the very part of the building where they were doing the accounting, blows up half the fucking building in the Pentagon, blows up a wall. $1 trillion. I don't know what. I don't know. It seems like we should have it. So we'll keep looking. Oh no, the spot where we looked just blew up. Here's another conspiracy theory.
Cito raising to 550. Backer calling. Pocket 8. Cito with the king queen off suit. The under the gun 9, Jack 4, 2 diamonds is the flop. Cito with the initiative here from under the gun. Make it straight with a 10. It's got 2 overcards. Then a 450k from Cito. Backer looks to be a non-believer here. Raising to 1,050,000. Cito gonna call. This pot now getting bloated, 3.7 million in the middle. You see the turn is the Queen of Diamonds. Terrible card for backer. Great card for Cito, although there does put a third diamond on the board. This board getting wet, wet, wet now. $1.5 million is the bet from Cito, leaving himself with $2.5 million behind. Taking that move away from backer. Backer having raised the flop to 1 million. Cito deciding to bet for value / protection. Gets the job done, and that will do for Cito. Moves his stack up to 7.645 million. Igor raising to 425 from under the gun with the Jack 10 off suit, and Cito in the big blind, weighing up his options here with King Jack off suit. Cito just folding in the big blind. This is very uncharacteristic of this stack depth. Definitely expected him to just at least see a flop here. Rosie, what's up? Howdy, hope you're well. 18 players remaining now. Yes, Apocalypse, that was my, and Shadows, that was my fault. Something popped up on my phone. Apologies. It's gone now. Cito raising the 550 in the small, Igor in the big, Queen Jack off suit. Cito having him dominated with the King Queen of clubs. Ace Jack 9 2 hearts is the flop. Cito checking it over to Igor. Igor cautiously checking behind. 1.3 million in the middle as we see the turn. The turn is the 10 of hearts. Great card for Igor, but even better card for Cito. Cito having the nut straight on the turn here. Igor with the queen high flush draw and an open ender. It's a very tricky turn indeed. I think he just has to call on the turn. There's no point in raising or jamming. We will just see Igor call for 550 surely. Does represent about 1/6 of his stack. River, the Queen of Diamonds. $2.4 million in the middle now. Cito doesn't want to bet big. Scare off his customer here. He wants to bet something like 650, 750. 750 is the bet. Good sizing. But Igor now faced with a decision with two pair. It's just a bluff catcher. Let's do the maths on this. 750 to call, 3.15 million in the middle. We're not getting odds if we're rarely going to be ahead. It's going to hurt Igor, but I don't think there's much he can do other than fold. We can have all the King X in the big blind. Some King X would rejam pre-flop. Cito will really have to be pulling a fast one here. As Mr. Armageddon says, the Queen might be the best thing for Igor. It might be, might save him some chips here. Pseudo raised pre, so he has all the king X's in his range. Does pay the man, pays the 750k to get the bad news. Directly raising to 450k with the pocket eights. Fritz, ace 10 off suit. OVB asks why they're still six-handed. 3 tables of 6. We will have a critical redraw when we reach 16 players remaining, and then we will come back with 2 tables of 8. We'll play down to the final table. Then there will be another redraw, and we will play down to a winner. Backer the small with ace 8 of clubs. Raising it up to 450. Need to be careful with your raise size of the small blind. You don't want to be making it too small, giving your opponent great odds to see a flop in position. Obviously, Gunter not going to be continuing with the 7-3 off suit, but he can defend really, really wide there. When we're getting this close to a final table, just want to be taking it down. Granted, we want some action with our ace 8 of clubs. We want to price our opponent in with a hand like ace 8 of clubs. If we're going to raise, we want to be raising 550, 600. Just over a min raise is too small. Well, if you think the stream is card dead, if you were watching the stream last night, it was anything but crazy coolers. Kings against aces against ace king of spades is one hand that springs to mind. A three-way all in. With aces against kings for a huge pot as well. Queen jack 4, 2 clubs is the flop. Turn coming to 9 of diamonds. $3.75 is the bet from Fritz. Gunter with 2 pair. This is not a great bluff by Fritz here. You could just pick so many better hands to bluff it on this turn. This is going to smack Gunter's opening range from the button. Fritz is going to go for it again here. This is going to be scary to Gunter, but if he wants to get Gunter to fold a hand like a jack or a 9, he's going to want to bet big. That's too small of a sizing. It's just going to get called by Gunter. Club draw misses, straight draws miss, anything that had a 10. I think we beat all the missed flush draws and straight draws, therefore we're going to have to call. It is a sick river when our opponent leads into us on the turn. Looks like he's going to have a queen a decent percentage of the time. But I think for $5.75 and do a pot of 2.425 million, we just got to pay the man. Fritz tells the table he's playing the board. High card poker thinks the queen is actually a great card for Gunter. Yes, it is, because it makes it less likely that our opponent has a queen. We still have to give it a moment's consideration. He wouldn't be so smart calling a larger bet, but I guess if he goes any larger, like way larger, it's going to look more bluff heavy. 5.75 into 2.425 million is just not going to get the job done. We're already getting 4 to 1 on our money. So our opponent only needs to be bluffing 20% of the time to make it a profitable call. Backer raising to 550k from the hijack with the ace queen offsuit. Cedo on the big blind with king jack offsuit. We have a big fold there from the King Jack indeed. 17 players remaining. We're one player away from this crucial redraw. All players guaranteed €2,788. Fritz raising to 600k from the button. Taking it down. Backer 53 big, Cito 43, Gunter 35, Fritz 17, Rackley 14, and Igor the short stack with 6 big blinds. Igor in the small blind here, just 6 big blinds and Queen 8 offsuit. Moves it all in. Backer now for $1 million. Will fold his Queen 3 of hearts. Rackley, pocket jacks, under the gun. 14 big blinds total. It's just going to move all in. And Fritz wakes up with 2 ladies in the hijack. This is terrible timing for Rackley. $6.22 million in the middle. Rackley with 2 black jacks against the ladies of Fritz. Fritz, a 4-1 favourite here. And Rackley is going to need to get lucky, or he's going to be our 17th place finisher. Flop is King 8, 5, 2 spades. Turn is the King of Hearts. In the river, the 7 of Hearts. Rackley has been eliminated. That means we are down to 16 players, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go on a short commercial break. We will be back in less than 20 minutes for More action live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Back in a few moments.
Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what the
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
from either being down to 4.
Like, as a spectacle.
what did you have?
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
Favorite spots? Oh wow. I mean, I had naked sixes, like sixes, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like,
Yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn?
I mean, it's just like a nasty spot.
Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Orpin looking for a 6, 8, 10 or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago,
Yeah, it's all good.
comes up short. Embrace it, event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros.
Oh. Renato raising to 12k. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip, one would imagine.
One. 47.
Is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop 2 hearts. Great start for Renato. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or a king on the river. It does not come. Luca has been eliminated.
It's different in this situation. Good game.
Bro, you have to thank you. Thank you. Hello.
I think also.
Start of the day.
We will not make it. We can bet.
This even way less people actually. Less people than the last time, yeah. Because the last time was like 83 or something.
The DJs are trying to have a bet at the table whether they will make the money before play is ended for the evening.
One level, no, I don't think so.
Everything is too slow.
One level more, 20 knockouts is asking for a lot. If it is one level more,
I think also. So.
Erkin continuing on Jack 8-6, 2 spade flop. Here and a flush draw for Erkin. Patrick with middle pair, queen of spades in his hand also. Bet of 22k and a call, over 100k in the middle now as we see the turn. Oh, the turn is the 8 of clubs, giving Patrick trips now. Erkan most likely just going to take a free card, try hit a spade on the river, and he does do just that. 4 of spades hitting the river, giving Erkan the nut flush.
That's 60.
Patrick with a bet of 60k, 60% pot. How much can Erkan raise to get called by an 8? And how is this going to look to Patrick?
160.
160. Patrick getting 3-1 on a call here for 100k more. Patrick calling an unbeliever with his 8.
Yeah, nice flop.
Nice pot for Erkan, adding 222k to his stack. That's the first real hit we've seen Patrick take.
Thank you.
Well, I'm a vegan, right? I've been a vegan for 20 years, and then I started adding muscle and like learning how to, do that on a vegan diet. And I have like a very regimented like structure for when I'm home and I'm like working out. Wake up 10:30, breakfast, in the gym at noon, 4 meals a day. I count my macros. I measure everything. That's when I'm like not playing World Series of Poker. During World Series of Poker, whether it's Vegas or Razvedov, I do whatever the hell I want. I eat candy, I eat chocolate, I work out if I feel like it, maybe not, I just all like devote myself to poker. But the idea typically is to be in shape before I start, so that way, I'm not like complete mess.
What is your favorite candy then?
My favorite candy? Man, jeez. Well, chocolate, right? Chocolate's not a candy. I guess it's, yeah, but chocolate.
Which one?
Like just peanut butter chocolate cups, and you know what I mean?
Nice.
Like, come on, like, they're good. And you can get those vegan very easy, just dark chocolate.
Yeah, good protein source as well. Good fat source.
Well, chocolate has protein?
The peanut butter.
Oh, the peanut butter. Well, yeah, a little bit, not a ton of protein.
No, did it not? Oh, okay. I thought
a little bit. Peanut butter's like most, like you said, it's a fat.
Okay.
With a little bit of protein. It's got protein, but.
Do you eat like any kind of supplements? Like maybe some like Leon mushrooms or maybe something?
Well, when I'm working out, like I'll do like usually after workouts I'll do like I'll use protein powder and do a protein shake. But for me, like my main sources of food are like seitan, which is like vital wheat gluten. You can make it taste like chicken, beef, whatever, right? It's like a baked meat, pure protein, no carbs, no fat. And the other one is like tofu, and then also protein powder. I think a lot of people who go vegan, they make a mistake. They just eat a lot of beans, and then you end up farting a lot. It's like too much, so you don't want to do that, right?
Wow. Blind v blind. Sam Grafton 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You're too professional.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, and he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds, needs to fade a 7, and now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them the kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs. Queen of spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen.
Somebody's gambling around.
Now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
you end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway,
You just love poker.
and let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bamlam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that.
Celebs and saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
Or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that,
Button open from Nikki P. Deep with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
One time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. 3.1 million from Orpin. The cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102. Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deep with the 3-bet out the small. Nikki P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet. Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for more action from the Dutch Classics final day, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. This raging champion asked me, is my chair comfy? I thought I was muted, but yes, my chair is comfy now. Ready for more action? My name is Action Dan, I'll be your host and commentator for the duration of this event. 15 players remaining now. All players guaranteed €3,158. Kawasaki taking down the blinds and antes, which are now $500,000. 100k is the small blind, 200k the big blind, with a 200k running big blind ante. Our man Sergey, who was the main attraction at the feature table last night, is back once again with lots of pink. He's got 16 million chips and a force to be reckoned with as we get closer and closer to that final table. Nine, 5, 4, 2 spades is the flop. Daniel checks. Andre Gita checking behind. Andre Gita, a regular at the King's Resort. Seen him on the feature table, felt a few times. Daniel could have opted to lead on this small bot. On 9, 5, 4. Could have just opted to bet with his Jack 10 for pressure on his opponent, deciding to just check all the way to the river. Kawasaki playing just under 10 million to start the hand, raises with pocket sevens from early position. Not so early position anymore, we're just 2 tables left. So he's really just a low jack. And Igor basically going to move all in here over the top of Kawasaki's pocket sevens. Well, we have an all-in the call, just under 20 big blinds up for grabs, 3.7 million in the middle. Kawasaki's 2 sevens against Igor and his Jack Queen of Hearts. Flop is 10-5 deuce, 1 heart, 2 spades. Good start for Kawasaki. No player with a spade in their hand. The ace of spades hitting the turn. Igor going to need help on this river, and he gets there. Igor now will be playing 3.7 million. Kawasaki will still be playing 40 big blinds with just over 8 million in his stack behind. Good bump up for Igor. Very exciting player to watch. If he gets a stack going, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with also. Sergey, the man to beat at this table, playing 78 bigs. Andrei Gita are short stack with 10 bigs and everything in between. It's a mixed bag of carrots as we get closer and closer to the final table. Lots of love coming in for Igor in the chat. Look at this. Daniel 3-betting to 1.275 million with ace queen off suit and the cutoff facing a hijack open with the 2 jacks of Sergey. This could turn out to be a huge pot. Tim not going to be able to play his king jack of diamonds from the big blind here. Action will be back on Sergey. Just one move really. Put them all in. And he does so very quickly. Daniel will call it off. Sergey going to be in a huge flip with Daniel here. Almost 10 million in this pot. And it's a fair fight, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel with the ace queen, Sergey with the 2 jacks. Daniel at risk, of course. There would be a significant hit to Sergey's stack. The flop. Ace, jack, 5. Set of jacks for Sergey. Daniel in real trouble now. The turn, the 9 of clubs. Some opportunities. Now, if another club comes on the river, does not arrive. It's the 4 of diamonds. Daniel has been eliminated, and Sergey will be playing over 20 million. Over 100 big blinds now for Sergey, and he's going to be very hard to take out from here on out. Take down from here on out, should I say. As Mr. Armageddon says, Igor always wears the most colourful hoodies and shirts. Yes, he does indeed. Some people can make it work for them. Very stylish, suits him. I don't know how well I would look in the most colourful hoodies and shirts, being 6'4" and weighing 255 pounds. We've got Wazzy Bazzy in the house. How you doing, mate? Come on in, bud. Just in time. 15 players remaining. Average stack 7 million. 14 players remaining now after that bust out. That means there's a pay jump looming of about €350. Small blind now 125k, big blind 250k, with a 250k running big blind ante. That's 125, quarter of a mil, quarter of a mil. Hello Ilmatic, hello to everyone tuning in the Action Army on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, or wherever else you may be tuning in from. That's Andre Gita with the ace-8 offsuit and the cut-off jamming just over 8 big blinds. Gunter weighing up his options. Be 1.85 million for him to call with the ace deuce suited. It is cut off against big blind, but with a deuce kicker representing a third of your stack, I think we can find a better spot. and Andre Gita are going to get that one through. Gunter makes a good disciplined laydown. Tim on the button, ace 10 off suit, playing about 13 big blinds to start the hand. He's coming in for a raise. And it's a significant raise. It's a raise to 825k, and Kawasaki with a dominating ace king in the big blind. It's just going to rejam. Tim, having put 825k in the middle already, flicks it in with the ace 10. And it is ace 10 off suit all in against the ace king off suit of Kawasaki. 7 million in the middle. Four deuce is the flop. Three of diamonds on the turn. Tim could chop now. If it doesn't arrive, it's the jack of hearts. We'll see Tim eliminated in 14th place. All remaining survivors now guaranteed €3,528. Just 4 eliminations away from the final table of the Dutch Classics main event. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, first, second, third and fourth will all receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket as well. Kawasaki jamming from the small blind will take down the blinds and antes with Queen Jack off suit. Igor not going to be calling off a 4 deuce anytime soon. Someone asked, is tune bust? We don't have any information on the outer tables. But Backer, before the redraw, had about 60 big blinds, I believe. Igor in the small with ace-10 off suit with 12 big blinds. Sergey releasing the Queen 7, and Igor will take down the much needed blinds and antes, playing just shy of 15 bigs. $14 big blinds now Igor has. That's workable. Fritz raising 525 from under the gun with the ace-9 off suit. Twelve players remaining now, which means yet again we have another pay jump looming, this time nearly €500. Backer, it would be on the outer table. We don't have any information on the outer table until we get down to the final table. Then we will know more. Every player remaining in the field will be at the same table. At the minute, we're playing two six-handed tables. If the flop is ace, 8, 6, all diamonds. Quickly goes check, check. Fritz betting with his 8 deuce. We'll take that one down. Pair of 8s, deuce kicker. You are welcome. But he did have a lot of chips, about 10 or 12 million when he got moved. So your buddy was doing well before we split into 2 tables. There's a redraw with 16. So we had 2 tables of 8. We now have 2 tables of 6, 3 more eliminations, and we will have our final table. Fritz raising to 525 from the button with ace jack off suit. Looks like Kawasaki is reaching for chips with 9 deuce off suit. The big blind, I love it. A non-believer. We've got action. Not every day you see the 3-bet coming in hot to the big blind with a 9 deuce off suit. And the size he's made it here, 2.75 million. It looks like he's committing himself to Fritz's hand. If I'm Fritz, I'm putting it in here. I'm saying if you've got a hand better than ace queen, let's go. It's too much for me to just call. But it's that pressure this close to the final table, and that move looking so strong from Kawasaki, looking like Fritz had limited fold equity, has led him to decide. Yeah, there you go. Folded ace jack for you. It's a game of lies, ladies and gentlemen. Igor going to take that one down with his queen 9 off suit from Kawasaki's limp in the small blind with 7-5. All these chips so valuable and crucial at this late stage. Gunther in the cutoff playing 22 big blinds with king 6 of diamonds. Igor raises to 600k on the button, knowing how short Andre is in the big blind. Needs to be careful doing this. He would commit himself to Andre, but that will look really small or really strong to the small blind. Small blind recognizing that if Igor is raising to 600k on the button, he's committing himself to the big blind. It would just be 1.6 million more for Igor to call, having already invested 600k. Would be close though. Be one of these spots where you could find a raise fold. The pot size, the pot odds would indicate otherwise. Updated the chip counts. Andre shortest stack by a long shot. 6 bigs. Igor getting close to 20 bigs now with 17. Gunter 24. Fritz 25. Kawasaki 49. And way out in front is Sergey with 80. Big blinds. No info from the outer table, just info on the feature table as Sergey raises the min from the button with the ace-4 offsuit. Queen Jack 10 is the flop after Fritz defends with 9-3 of hearts. Got a 400k from Sergey. Does check call with the open ender. Turn coming to 6 of spades, 2.2 million in the middle now. Sergey going to go for a second barrel here. I think this is good. Really puts pressure on a 10 or a jack. A lot of stronger hands that hit this board would have heard about a pre-flop from Fritz. Just putting him in a blender. And Fritz has to consider, if he calls the turn here, is he just going to be faced with a huge river bet? He's not going to realise his equity often. If he calls, he's going to be checking most of the time over to Sergey. And even if he does hit it straight, it's unlikely he's going to get paid. He also has to realise he has the bottom end of it. Weigh up all those factors. It's just better to fold. Save your 21 big blinds for a different situation. Sergey raising to $500,000 with the ace-8 of diamonds, and Fritz in the small with king-queen off suit. Seven, 4, 3, 1 diamond hits the flop. Fritz calling in the small. It's going to indicate strength to Sergey, but it's not going to prevent Sergey from betting here. Betting lead, positional advantage, backdoor diamonds, go with his ace high, backdoor straight draws, and put a lot of pressure on Fritz here. And we get the flush out. Him hitting with 2 of his overcards is a likely holding that Fritz would contain. All those factors taken into consideration. Sergey, of course, going to bet this one. Does bet that one. Takes it down and adds $1 million to his stack. Raise a 550 from the cutoff of Fritz with ace king offsuit. Igor with the decision, 300k more for him to call. Jack 7-6 is the flop, 2 clubs. Quickly goes check check. The turn is the deuce of diamonds. Looks like Igor is going to take a stab at it. Needs to be careful. Fritz opting to check back this one, not wanting to get check raised all in. One would have to imagine he's checking back the flop to call the turn. 2 flush draws on board, straight draws, etc. 2.225 million in the middle. Looks like he's going to let it go, or no, he's reached back for his chips. And that's a great bet by Igor if he's getting his opponent to fold a hand as strong as ace king. And Stratos says the only thing we know about the other table is 3 more get knocked out of the tourney and there won't be another table. Very well said, Stratos. You can prove anything with facts. Kawasaki raising on the button with king 6 of spades to $500,000. That is 600k from Sergey in the pocket trees and a call. Sergey checking now. Kawasaki checking behind. The river coming deuce of hearts. Sergey's full house going to beat Kawasaki's king high. Sergey now playing 23.625 mil. Good for over 100 big blinds. So just a few big blinds under 100 bigs. Apologies. The enough chips to go to war anyway. You can put a lot of people in a lot of trouble with a stack size like that. Igor now 5 million on the nose. He's grinded his stack up well to 20 bigs. Lets the 7-5 off go on the button. Of course, Sergey with ace 10 of clubs in the small blind just moves all in. Andre Gita gonna gamble for his last 5 big blinds with 7-6 of hearts, and he would be delighted to see he's got 2 live cards and 38% chance to double up and get back into contention. Nine, 7, 7, 2 clubs on the flop. What an action flop. Sergey with the nut flush draw, Andre with trip 7s. Turn is the 8 of diamonds, giving Sergey additional outs. Now having an open ender. This is Andre in pole position here to double up. He cannot get it done. Andre Gita has been eliminated. Sergey takes out another one, crosses the 25 million chip mark, and we are down to 11 players. All players now guaranteed €3,962. That means we are only 2 eliminations away from the Dutch Classics main event final table. This is an incredible situation for Igor, with the 2 kings facing the open in the hijack of Kawasaki with the ace king off suit. Coming in with the 3-bet. 3-bet to 1.475 million, leaving himself with 3.5 million behind. We've got action. Kawasaki moving all in with his ace king, get whipper snapped by Igor and his kings. 10.5 million in this pot, as we can see in the top right hand corner of the screen. We've had an elimination, 10 players remain. Igor 3-1 favourite to have over 10 million chips. Kawasaki going to need an ace or some other form of help. The flop 10, 9, deuce, no help for Kawasaki, all diamonds. The turn is the queen of hearts. Kawasaki with additional outs, he can hit it straight with a jack. River is the 6 of hearts. Igor has got an incredible double up. What a level or two for Igor here. Now playing 42 big blinds. Kawasaki will take a hit and still be left with about 25 big blinds himself. We are just one elimination away from the final table. Pocket 8s for Kawasaki under the gun after taking that hit. A lot of love coming in for Igor. Gunter getting out of the way in the big blind with the 10-7 off suit. There's a name I haven't seen in a long time. KML. Hello to the moderator. KML. Hope you are well. You're just in time. We're one elimination away from another final table at the King's Resort. This time it's the Dutch Classics. All players guaranteed €3,962. The pay jump looming of about €700. Gunter completing the Queen 7, Kawasaki checking, Kawasaki flopping the flush on King 6-7 all hearts. Gunter with second pair, Queen kicker, going to take a stab at this for 350. Gunter checking, 1.45 million in the middle. Kawasaki not liking that fourth heart, it's going to kill his action. River coming the 8 of diamonds. Not much Gunter can do here. Kawasaki doesn't want to bet too small. I'd bet something like $1 million or 800k or something. Goes for 1.15 mil. Want to make it look like we could be bluffing here. For any smaller than about 800k, it just looks like we are crying for a call with a middling heart. Kawasaki raising 850k in the small with ace king of clubs. Igor folding the 7-5 offsuit. Yes, Johan did play this. He sent me a picture of his chip stack. He did not get in the money. Then he played the high roller. He was unsuccessful there also. Sergey calling in the big blind for 275k more with ace 8 offsuit. Fritz dropping top pair, top kicker. That's 600k. Kawasaki raising to 600k with the king 7 offsuit. Fritz in the big blind. Jack 9 offsuit, considering his options. 300k more for him to call. Kawasaki taking that one down. Kawasaki ace jack off suit, this time under the gun, raising to 600k. Hunter completing in the big blind. Queen 9 of spades, 5, 4, deuce, 1 spade is the flop. Gunter favours this flop based on Kawasaki not meant to have too many 5s, 4s or deuces in his range. Was check check, the turn is the ace of diamonds. Gunter checking the turn, Kawasaki. That's 400k. Gunter folding. Fritz raises to 600k on the button. Probably just wanted to be jamming this one, honestly, with 12 bigs. Not really wanting to get involved here. Would be better to just take down the blinds and antes. Gunter now with king jack and a very rejammable one at that from the small blind with 12 bigs himself. This is a great example of if Fritz jams, Gunter has to fold his king jack. If Fritz min raises, Gunter can easily rejam, but I think he's read it for really big strength on Fritz's part. Therefore, he's decided to let it go in the small. I guess we'll never know how he would have viewed a jam from the button. Fritz gets it done, takes it down. Sergey under the gun, ace queen off suit. In raises. Igor 7-5 off suit in the big. 300k for him to call. It looks like we have got our final table. 9 players remain. That means we are going to go on a short break. Stay tuned for the final table of the Dutch Classics in just a few moments. Lucky Luck under the gun, raising with ace queen off suit to 45k. And he's sad with the 2 black Jeffreys, 2 seats over.
Raise.
He's going to raise. The 3 bet to 105k. Mexi now in the big blind with 2 9s. A difficult spot. The raise coming from under the gun and the 3 bet from mid position 1.
Oh.
Just calls the 85k more. I think with this stack depth, this is totally fine. Try flop a set 3 ways. Why not? So 3-way action to the flop, 345k in the middle. Ace, 8, 7, all spades is the flop. Lucky Luck flopping by far the best of it here. Top pair, queen high flush draw. Sad wants to bet. He wants to bet something around 100k, 85k, something like that. Goes for 90.
How much to play, please?
I cannot see this. Can you cut it like 20? Please?
Lucky look at the option. Raise or just call. Raising 250k here.
All in.
Look at this. Is that going over the top? Just the jack of spades. Going with his read. Don't know what this accomplishes really. It's a very daring move. Lucky Luck showing significant strength, raising to $250,000 on the flop. He is a non-believer of the $250,000 raise, it would seem. And if you're Lucky Luck, you're not loving this calling off. You're going to be losing against made flushes, ace king. Considerable portion of the time here.
You sure? I fold a really
Wow,
big hand.
wow, wow.
I know.
You would not
Sad.
believe if you see.
You can see later.
Later we can see.
Mad genius move has worked.
I say
no, that's okay.
set aces.
Or,
Ace king,
or
king of spades.
I think set ace.
Sad
ace.
repping a hand stronger than ace queen.
Come on, Joe, we got later.
I think you have maybe a set
Getting
sevens or eight.
Lucky Luck to fold
I
ace
have
queen
ace
with the queen of
and
spades.
very good flash draw.
We're playing poker today, folks.
Show one time.
One card, one card,
one
one card.
No, no, no.
Wow. Ace queen and queen of spades. Wow.
On the turn.
The move with the jacks, with the jack of spades working this time, but needs to be really careful doing stuff like that. Seriousness of this event. The average stack creeping ever closer to $1 million.
Je to tam 400? Ty 100 000. 4, 5?
Million. Million spolu.
How much?
Million together.
Million.
Okay. Exactly.
Plus 50.
36 players remaining now. Thomas raises to 50k. Mexi calling in the hijack with the jack-9 of clubs. Giuseppe not wanting to see a flop with the king-7 offsuit. We go heads up to the flop. Mexi in position on ace, 10, 4, 2 hearts. Thomas flopping a set. That's 50k and a quick call from Mexi. Turn giving him a world of outs. The 8 of clubs. And oh boy, we've got action.
125.
And from Thomas, I don't want to be going too small here with 2 flush draws on board. I want to bet something like 150. Bets 125. Mexi with the open ender and the flush draw. You can see above his head his 8 outs. Looks like he's going for a raise here. A raise to 350. Sweet music to Thomas's ears.
All in. Call.
Thomas moves all in. Mexi quickly calling. This pot spiraling out of control, out of nowhere. 2.2 million in this pot, ladies and gentlemen. That is 110 big blinds as we are going to see the river. Mexi is going to have over 3 million if he hits. Thomas is going to have 2.2 if he can hold. What a moment for both players here. The river is a brick, the 3 of diamonds. Sit back down, Thomas. Mexi going to lose a massive chunk of his stack. Thomas now going to be playing 110 big blinds. What a difference a hand can make.
975.
Well, you know what, Apocalypse? You can't say that wasn't an action turn. We want action on this channel, and we've had non-stop action for this first hour of play. We are only live 60 minutes, and look at all the hands we've got to witness.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. He's just like, yeah, nope. I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now the 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City. Provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Open brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Orpin is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. 9 clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s, 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Orpin. You know, fresh off a bracelet, just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in. By the way, feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half potting a lot, but again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Orpin does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the snap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Orpin has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvorak, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orpin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking king 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like king 8, king of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
#1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
That's some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 of diamonds, something like that.
Enough.
He makes the call.
Final table will start, but the last position went 150, 300, 300. I wish you best of luck. Sharp on you, please.
You've heard the man shuffle up and deal. This is the Dutch Classics main event, final table. Ninth place will receive €4,729. And our winner tonight will take home €64,300. First, second, third and fourth will all receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. And it is all to play for here at the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov. My name is Action Dan. Good evening. Come on in, the water is lovely. Cards are in the air. Greku, who is a King's Resort regular, and Igor Brito, very accomplished player as well. They are the two that stand out for me to watch out for at this table. But you've also got Kawasaki, who's played very well. And let's not forget about Sergey. So a few unfamiliar faces at this table and a few familiar ones. It's going to make for an entertaining final table, a mixed bag of carrots. Just astonishing payouts for a 250 buy-in. Kings knocking it out of the park once more. Any players we might recognise from previous Dutch Classics? I actually don't know. Not sure I get the joke. As Fritz de Boer raises from the cutoff to 650k. We'll raise and take it with the 10-9 of diamonds. Oh, okay, no, Covetti. We do see the same familiar faces week in, week out, final table after final table. Just depends. There easily could be someone at this final table who was at a previous Dutch Classics final table. There's, to be honest with you, commentate on so many events week in, week out, it's hard to keep track of it all. I know the people I was seeing the most and had the craziest results last year was Mikel Marrakesh and Dorian Melhers are always the two that I name. I have seen Grecu a few times at the feature table, and of course this man, Igor, always stands out with his colourful choice of clothing. Sergey calling the 650k original raise from Frank. 4 German players at this final table as well. You're always going to have 1 or 2 Germans at the FT. So many of them coming to Kings to play all the time. The bet and the call, the turn is the 8 of spades, 3.85 million in the middle now. Turn goes check, check, the river to 7 of diamonds. Frank checking. Sergey has to know the king high is not going to be any good. He does block straights. Be a good hand to use as a bluff. If we're going to bluff, we want to bet somewhere around 2.5 million, 2 million. Goes for 1.9. Gonna rep a straight with this sizing, 2 pair. Tough call here for Frank. Blocks the higher end of the straight with Jack 10. There are a lot of hands that beat him. But Frank wasting little time before calling with top pair. Obviously knowing Sergey is capable of bluffing in this spot. Going into check call mode on turn and river. Very nice play by Frank. Sergey takes a small hit. Needs to remain composed. There's the disparity of the chip stacks. Sito and Sergey tied for the leader with 71 bigs apiece. Frank 54, Grecu 36, Igor 33, Kawasaka 28, Fritz 17, Gunter 8, and Luca Oretta a short stack with 4 big blinds. Kawasaki raising 4 times the big blind with 8 deuce offsuit in the small blind, but he's run into the kings of kings for Frank here in the big. If I'm Frank, I would rather just call here, see a flop, disguise the strength of our hand. The But because Kawasaki raised 4 times the big blind, he's indicated that as strength. Therefore he's 3-betting to 3.2 million. Bit of cheese on top of the 1.2, 2 more million to go. Kawasaki going to posture up here before folding. Is my prediction. It's not exactly like he can click it back with the 8 deuce. Frank getting off to a great start at this FT. 17.625 million now. Luca Beretta in the hijack. King 9 off suit, all in. With just under 5 big blinds. Sergey. 1 million to call here. King 5 of hearts. Getting 2 to 1. Deciding to pass. Luca chipping up there to 7 bigs. Really needed that one. Keep him in with a fighting chance. Surprised to not see Sergey called for 1 million more. Howdy Bird, how are you doing? Fritz opening with the 9-8 of spades from early position. Frank with the 3-bet to 1.5 million from the button with the ace-jack off suit. Action back on Fritz. It's a risky open for him with the 9-8 of spades, but we have seen him open off short-ish stacks with speculative hands a couple of times now. Luca shoving from early position. King 8 of clubs. Going to fold it all the way around to the big blind. And Igor doesn't think for too long before whipping in 1.8 million more with ace 8 of diamonds. All in the fella called the other fella. First all in at our final table. Luca at risk and dominated by Igor's ace 8 of diamonds. Going to need some clubs or a king. 4.7 million in the middle up for grabs. Ace, king, 6 is the flop. Both players flopping their top pair. One club in it for Luca. The turn comes the 6 of hearts. Very bad current card for Luca's range to stay in this tournament. He's going to need a king. Doesn't arrive. It's the 10 of spades. Igor has eliminated Luca Beretta in 9th place. Luca will take home €4,729 for his efforts. 8 players remain. All players now guaranteed €6,200. We're just 4 eliminations away from all players being guaranteed that 10 grand ticket. So expect play to get a bit slower. Every decision magnified, every chip so important. What about Igor? He's had some run of it since he came to our table earlier. Now playing a middling stack of 12.3 million. Gunter now the short stack with 2.6 and Fritz with 15 bigs with 4.5 million. Kawasaki 7.3, Graku 10, and then the 3 chip leaders at the table. Frank with 18.8, Sergey with 20, and Sito 21.5. So nothing separating the top 3, bar a few big blinds. Gunter all in with the pocket 8s from early position, 2.6 million to go. And Graku with the decision, ace jack off suit on the button, facing an 8.5 big blind jam. Graku needing an ace or a jack. Gunter's 8s holding on 10-3 deuce. The turn is the ace of hearts. Gunter now going to need an 8 and an 8 only on the river. He would be our 8th place finisher. He cannot get the job done. Gunter has been eliminated. 7 players remaining now. Gunter will take home €6,200 for his efforts. 7 remaining now. All players guaranteed €8,750. Kawasaki raising. Come in with ace queen offsuit from early position. Sito wants to see a flop with his jack 9 offsuit in the big blind. Flop is king 5 3 2 spades. Check from Sito. Having missed this board, Kawasaki with the continuation bet at 400k. Sito concedes. Frank raising to 700k with his jack 10 offsuit. Queen 5-4, 2 diamonds is the flop. Kawasaki checking with his 9-7 offsuit, and Frank will continue for 400k. Thank you for that, Gambini. Chato it is. Much appreciated. Igor with ace queen offsuit in the hijack. Playing 40 bigs to start the hand. Raises to 675. Frank in the big with ace jack offsuit. Probably just wants to be seeing a flop with this ticket up for grabs. Does do just that, calls 375 more. 1.8 million in the middle, 873, 2 spades is the flop. Get a 725k from Igor. Frank, a non-believer here, raised to 2.2 million. This is fine, but in general we want our opponent to have a hand like the one we have, like ace jack, ace queen. He's got some backdoor straight draws and feels like he just probably has the best hand now. Another pot for Frank. Strong stuff from Frank so far. What a final table this is shaping up to be. A lot of chips in play. Grecu under the gun, ace king off suit. Chateau. The kings of kings. Look at this. I cannot believe it. What a cooler situation. Grecu opening with the ace king, Chateau. 3 betting to 1.8 million with the kings, and Frank with the Ronnie Rockets in the small blind sitting behind him. Action, action, action. The 4 bet coming to 3.6 million. Just a min raise. This is going to look very suspect to everyone involved. You don't often see a min 4 bet out of position from the small blind. This sizing could be a dead giveaway. Not sure what Sergey is doing here in the big blind. Just with the 10-3 off suit. It's out of the way. Action back on Grecu. This is a real decision here for Grecu because this looks super strong from Frank. He's been 3 bet from Chateau from the cutoff. It's an excellent fold by Grecu. But one that he has to make, I feel. Frank telling the table I've got kings minimum with a 4-bet like that. What does Chateau want to do now? Do we just opt to call this deep? No. This is the way she goes. 5-bet to 9.3 million. Chateau getting the information he wanted. Surely there is only one hand Frank does this with from the small, the way this is played out, and it's got to be aces. But you've just invested 9 million, leaving yourself with 11 million behind. Chateau not being able to fold his pocket kings at kings. What a sick, sick situation. Just look at that size of the pot, ladies and gentlemen. 42 million in the middle. And an ace and a king gone into the muck. Frank 88% with his rockets. Flop queen 9-6. The turn is the 8 of diamonds. The river is the 5 of hearts. And Chateau has been eliminated in a disgusting fashion, running his kings into aces for a whopping pot. There was nearly 150 big blinds. It is a sick game that we love and hate. I think he's covered very slightly. He will be our 7th place finisher, as far as I can tell. We'll take home €8,750. We needed a 1-outer in the form of a king, and it could not arrive this time. I believe if there was ever a time to fold kings, it was right there and then, the way the action played out. But once we've invested 9 million, it's very tough for us to fold. Yes, he could have hit runner straight also. It was not to be. That hand's going to hurt him for a long time. Go to the bar quickly, buddy. A very nice payout for a €250 buy-in in the possibly one of the biggest coolers I've seen in my time of commentating for kings. Just the magnitude of that moment, the size of the pot, and how much they're playing for. Frank now way out in the lead with 144 big, Sergey 67, Greco 42, Igor 35, Kawasaki 24, and Fritz 12. 9 has become 6 very quickly. 9 has become 7, sorry. We've had 2 eliminations so far, not 3. I think our best case scenario, the way that hand played out, is to see the same hand. I don't think Frank plays his hand that way with queens. But it's easy to say when I'm sitting at home watching from afar. These guys have been playing for 3 long, hard fought days on the felt. Sergey coming in hot here with the 3-bet to 2.15 million. Frank calling. Button against small blind, nearly 5 million in the middle. Queen 9-5, 1 diamond is the flop. Frank with the open ender here. Sergey missing with his ace king of clubs. And the reason you've seen Sergey posturing in the big blind with 10-3 offsuit is because he's such a commanding chip lead before that hand. Not that much of a commanding chip lead, sorry, but he was able to take a few minutes, wants to run down a minute or 2 on the clock because he's got one of the bigger stacks, is what I'm trying to say. You will see people posturing with speculative hands as we get closer to that 10 grand ticket. Going for a bet of 3.6 million on this river. The board running out. Queen 9-5-7. Queen flush on board. Second queen hitting the river. Frank now playing just under 47 million going forward. And I was right the first time. We do have 6 players remaining, not 7. Sometimes I can't make my brain works too good. So all players are guaranteed €11,450 and we're 2 eliminations away from everyone being guaranteed a 10 grand ticket. Frank is in commanding pole position. It's going to be very hard to beat with a stack like that. Crazier things have happened. Little Dutch guy says, sit out with 150 big blinds. Yeah, maybe. Just go for a walk in the park. Go for a stroll. Frank 3-betting, as we're going to see him be very, very aggressive in this dynamic and this setup. And Kawasaki having the goods this time in the form of 2 ladies in the hijack. Frank going for it with the Jack 6 of hearts. Kawasaki moving all in. Yeah, just go for a massage. Come back all calm and relax. I'm sure he could sit out for an hour and come back and still be chip leader, but it's not the way of the road, not the way of the felt. I suspect he will stay. Stay till the job's done. So Kawasaki taking that one down, moving his stack closer to 10 million. Frank opening the sevens to 700k. The blinds and antes are going to eat a lot of these stacks alive. Playing six-handed now. Frank on the tear. Posting over $500,000 per orbit. Someone's called Greco putting on the jacket. The Monday hoodie. The Monday hoodie, it's a leather jacket without a hood. You've heard the man, blinds are up next hand. Small blind will be 200k, big blind 400k, with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400. Little Dutch guy says he could raise every hand, so the ICM pressure is huge on the remaining players. Well, the ICM pressure is already huge on the remaining players, but then you've got the ticket to take into consideration also. That's a tough one to even put into my calculator here. Suffice to say, the rest of the players have to play very tight. Igor in the cut-off, ace-9 offsuit. This isn't Igor's first rodeo. He won't be phased. He ain't messing with no broke. He raises to 850. Bad timing. Fritz with the aces shoving from the button. And this is going to have to get called by Igor because it's less than 8 big blinds to start the hand. He's already 850 in there. It's 3 million total. This is going to suck for Igor. Goes call for 2.1 million more. Fritz in pole position here to double up to just under 5 million. Igor going to take a hit, but will still have 7 million unless he can crack the Rockets with ace-9 offsuit, which will happen 1 in 20 times. King, Jack, 9 is the flop, 2 spades. Oh my god, he hits it. Igor hits a 9 of diamonds on the turn. Oh, is this prize around the corner of kings? Is this going to be the end of Fritz? Wow. What a disgusting beat for Fritz de Boer. Very unlucky. What can he do? Both players played their hand fine. 2 9s. But I just said this happens 1 in 20 times. That chess piece must be a very lucky one. Igor knocks out a player in 6th place. He will take home €11,450 for his efforts. Very, very, very unlucky, sir. Five remain. All players now guaranteed €14,600. And we are on the 10 grand World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket bubble. Igor now playing 14 million. What a time to hit a 9. Kawasaki going for a 3-bet here to 2 million with the ace-9 of diamonds. Decision on Igor. And it's a tough decision because these guys have history. But Igor has to show respect here. Doesn't want to miss out on that 10 grand ticket. Just shove on Kawasaki and be wrong. He'll be crippled once more. So good and necessary pass there by Igor with his ace-10 offsuit. And a good spot that Kawasaki recognised as a 3-betting opportunity. Sergey raising 3x in the small blind with Jack 8 offsuit. Greco with the big with ace 8 offsuit. We'll call for 800k more. We'll see a flop. 2.8 million in the middle. Greco dominating with his ace 8 here. Seven, 3, deuce, 2 clubs is the flop. Sergey betting 1.5 million. Greco backdoor clubs, backdoor straights. To go with his ace high, that's currently best. Will call. Pot now just under 6 million as we see the turn card, which is the Queen of Diamonds. Sergey with this savagery, betting 3.5 million here with just Jack high on the turn. Really putting Greco to the test here. And now having the ace of clubs bad for our hand, we kind of want our opponent to have that as a bluff. Greco looks disgruntled and mucks, and that's a great pickup for Sergey. Folded all the way around to the small blind. Greku with 10-6 off suit. Lets it go. Igor gets a walk with ace-5. Greku on the button, playing 22 big blinds with ace-king off suit. Kawasaki looks down at king-jack off suit, the covering stack. Could have opted for a 3-bet, a jam, but just decides to go for a call, which is totally fine given the dynamic and what they're playing for, and the bubble for that 10 grand ticket. 6 deuce deuce comes the flop, 2 clubs. Goes check check, and the turn is a jack of hearts, giving Kawasaki top pair, king kicker, outdrawing the ace king of Greku. River the 10 of clubs. Kawasaki going to take that one down with a bet. It's a sick situation to think that if we got rejam from the big blind there, calling off with ace king is not that good. I think at some point we have to not care about the 10 grand ticket and realise that we're in this to win this, and we have to call with ace king, but we're not loving life at all. Green chips are 25k, white chips are 100k, pink chips 500k. What do you think about that one in the chat? Just call with ace king all day if the king jack had rejam from the big, or are we playing it differently with the 10 grand ticket on the line? Frank 3-betting from the big blind with jack 10 of clubs. Igor with the deuces. That is the correct answer, Stratos. I would have jammed the ace-king pre-flop myself. Just take down the blinds and antes and not get ourselves into sticky situations, even though we have the positional advantage on the button. The big blind is the covering stack and we can get ourselves into trouble. I think the optimal play is just to jam in Greku's shoes on the button with 22 big blinds at ace king. Owazaki's turn to have the kings on the button. And Sergey coming in with a 3-bet. 3-bet to 2.5 million from the big blind with the ace queen offsuit. And the 4-bet coming to the tune of 5.3 million. Sergey barely thinking for a moment before letting it go, knowing that Kawasaki has to be really tight in that situation, on paper at least. Just lets the ace queen off go immediately. Frank raising to 900k. Pocket threes. Greco defending with 9-7 offsuit. The flop queen 8-5, 2 diamonds. Flop goes check check. The turn is the deuce of hearts. 2 flush draws on board now. An inside straight draw for Greco. 2.4 million in the middle. I will try get the audio adjusted for you folks if there is an issue with the audio. He should have bet the turn on that occasion if he didn't lead on the flop. Sergey min raising from the cutoff with Jack 10 offsuit. Bet of 1.5 million from Sergey on 5-4 deuce 2 diamond flop. Kawasaki with a pair of fours, queen kicker. Betting a call, turn coming the 8 of clubs. Quickly goes check check and the river the 6 of hearts. Interesting. Sergey going to go for a bet here. Quick call from Kawasaki. 11.2 million in the pot. Really nice takedown there for Kawasaki. Snap calling his opponent on the river. It's a big shift of momentum. 11.2 million in that pot. Grecu picking up ace king. Greku min raising the ace king sub. Kawasaki 3-betting to 2.5 million from the small blind. Greku insta jamming. So that's how the chip counts look. Greku just under 10, Sergey 11, Igor 11, Kawasaki 18, and way out in front the chip leader with 47 million. Kawasaki min raising the button and Sergey shoving all in for 10.6 million from the big blind. Kawasaki just be posturing and asking for a count here, running down the clock a little bit. Doesn't want to make it look like he's just raising willy-nilly. And he's not, to be fair. He has a 7. Legitimate opening hand on the button. Shows the ace and folds. Frank raising to 900k with 9-6 off suit on the button. Greku calling and flopping is set on ace, queen, deuce, 2 heart flop. Turn is the 5 of spades. After the flop quickly went check, check. Frank going for delayed continuation bet. Greku checking a second time is interesting. Greco raising to 1.7 million. We'll get Frank to fold. Can't win them all, Frank. It won't stop us from trying. Seven, 6, deuce is the flop. Igor with 9-3. Greco with 5-3. Greco suited in diamonds. Greco checking in the small. Greco not wanting to take a stab at that with an inside straight draw and just deciding to check fold instead of check calling. Knowing how much pressure Igor is going to be putting on him on turns and rivers, deciding to get out of the way with 2 spades already out there. I might have took a small stab at that one from the small blind with the 5-3 myself. But he opting to just check fold. Sergey min raising from the cutoff. With the King Jack off suit. King Jack suited in clubs is Kawasaki with the 9-8 off suit in the big. King 6-9 is the flop. Kawasaki defending and flopping second pair. Sergey betting $1 million. Kawasaki will call. We see the turn with 4.2 million in the pot. Turn is the 4 of clubs. Give Sergey a flush draw now to go with his top pair. Difficult decision now for Kawasaki. So Sergey now 14 million once more, 14.2 million. Fold around to Igor on the button with king 9 off suit. Decides to let it go. Disciplined fold from Igor there on the button, not wanting to get involved with the chip leader Frank in the big. Flop going check, check on king 8-5, the turn coming as 7 of hearts, 2 flush draws on board now. Greku with the open here with ace deuce of diamonds, getting 3-bet by Kawasaki on the button to 2.5 million with 2 red jacks. The Jeffries action will be back on Greku. Talking to each other, gets an extra show. Kawasaki showing the jacks. Igor pocket tens here. And look at this, Kawasaki waking up with the aces behind him. Three betting to 2.5 million and Sergey in the small then. And I don't know what Igor's going to do with 2 tens here. He's probably sick of being bullied, or at least it would seem that way. We know it hasn't been. Apart from that ace 9 of diamonds that got him to fold the ace 10 off suit. And with 2 tens here, I think this could be too strong of a hand for Igor to fold. He could decide to call for 1.6 million more, but 2 tens going to play better as a jam pre. He does jam pre. Kawasaki snapping him off. Igor pocket tens. Kawasaki with the rockets. Igor going to need to get lucky here, or his run will have come to an end in 5th place, and he will miss out on the 10 grand World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. 24 million in the middle. 6-8 deuce, all clubs. Never easy with aces. Igor needs a club to crack the aces. It doesn't come on the turn, it's the jack of diamonds. Igor down to the river. Cannot get it done on this occasion. Unlucky, Igor. Well played, sir. Good game. Hope to see you on the feature table felt very soon again. You take home €14,600 for your efforts. 4 players remain. They can all pat themselves on the back. They've secured that 10 grand ticket. Now they play exclusively for the money in the prize pool that's left. Fourth prize will be 18.5 grand. Third prize 25,400. Second place will receive €36,200, and the first prize tonight that will win the title of the Dutch Classics main event will take home €64,300. Good game, Igor, indeed. 4 remain, and they're very deep. The bigger stacks. 2 small stacks, small-ish stacks. They're still playing 20 to 30 big blinds. It's not small. Kawasaki playing just under 30 million now. Frank out in the lead. 45 or 46 million, I believe. We'll get this verified in just a moment. Kawasaki waking up with ace king, raising to 1.6 million over the button, the small blind limp of Grecu. Tommy 260291 asks, when do they play for the 10 grand ticket? It's the World Series of Poker Europe main event that will be on in the 4th quarter of this year. It's usually the very end of October for 3 weeks into the middle of November. Grecu betting $500,000 and a call on King 7 Deuce Queen. Grecu will win that one. Get back over the 10 million chip mark. Reku raising under the gun with the king 8 of clubs. Kawasaki 3-betting once more, this time with just king 4 off suit. So it's 12, 10, 28 and over 40 is the stacks we're looking at. 25 big blinds, 30 big blinds, 70 big blinds, and Frank over 100 big blinds. Apocalypse says you think we should have a big mod meet up there sometime, stream a private sit and go. Sounds juicy and deadly. If I'm going there, you'll know all about it. It just depends on how things shape up. You know, I'll wear a suit and do live commentary. Do a Bruce Buffer announcing job. Raise to 900k from Frank. Enjoy says Frank looks like he's there just to get away from his wife, and somehow most men playing in this building are there to get away from their wife or their significant other. But yeah, somehow just ended up at the final 4. He's quite uncertain what to do. Well, I tell you, for someone who's uncertain, he's played really well.
Avem valet. Nu trage nimeni.
Fold all the way around to the small blind. I say all the way around. They are playing four-handed. Frank in the small 10-7 offsuit. Falls the additional 250k. Sergey will see a flop of 5 deuce. King queen 3, 2 diamonds is the flop. Goes check check. The third is the ace of spades. Sergey going to take a tiny stab at this for 700k. He's got a gutter ball working for him. And that is a nice river for a 5 deuce offsuit. Hits runner runner straight. The problem is Frank ain't got diddly squat, only 10 high. Does have a straight blocker, I guess. Sergey betting 2 million. Frank calling with 10 high on the river here, ladies and gentlemen, unless I've read it wrong. Sergey getting the max value there, it seems. Perhaps a small misstep there from Frank. So there's 76 big blinds playing 60 floor, playing 36, playing 18. No one really short here. Well, 18 blinds is not that short when it's a 50-minute clock. You're playing four-handed. I do agree the blinds are coming around fast and heavy, but what I mean short is he's not sub 10 big blinds. Frank calling the 1.8 million. There's 6.8 million in this pot now. Sergey with an overcard, 2 overcards and inside straight draw. Frank flopping top pair. We've got action. This pot could spiral out of control. Frank just calling. We will see the turn. The turn is gin for Sergey. Just has pot behind, 2 flush draws on board. Looks like he's going to bet somewhere in the region of half his stack. Comes for 5 million, leaving himself with 7.3 for the river. Big decision here for Frank. Call me crazy, but maybe he could have just checked jammed on the flop. Maybe it was a little bit too many chips in a 3-bet pot. Frank makes a good and disciplined lay down there, Sergey. Someone has hit some form of a jackpot in the distance. That was an ecstatic scream. Apocalypse says someone's just been told he got an extra night away from his wife. Oh. Very good comments from the Action Army. Keep them coming. Are you not entertained? He's going to get married to a slot machine, and then he won't need to be away from his wife because he'll be holding on to her, playing her like the fiddle, as the blinds have gone up to 5,500 now. 250,000, 500,000, 500,000. Flop is ace 10-8, 2 diamonds. Apocalypse says the slot machine wouldn't steal as much money from you as your wife. Oh, excellent. As Frank raises on the button to a million. A million is a min raise now. Big boy blinds for big men. Greco in the big. Going to be rejamming this one with his ace queen off suit. Enjoy. I am from Ireland. My whole life I've been Irish. Did spend some time in Scotland, but it is Ireland, the middle of Ireland at that. I don't know what you won. Maybe a free Hoover is on the way to you right now, or a hoodie. Boys are always talking about hoodies in the chat. Frank raises to 1.1 million. Sergey picking up the rockets on the button, 3 betting to 3 million. That gets everyone else to fold. The Rockets just taking down a small pot on this occasion. Sergey raising to 1 million, King 8 off suit, and Kawasaki on the button. Playing 30 million now is Kawasaki, becoming a really recognizable force to challenge Frank. Oh, you lived in a Tralee for a year or so. Yeah, Tralee's lovely. Kerry in general. Kerry got voted one of the top 5 places in the world to visit. Queen Jack 5, 2 hearts is the flop. Sergey with a pair of 5s. Greco second pair 9 kicker. Bet of 1 million from Sergey, and Greco will oblige. Pot nearly 5 million as we see the river. The river is the 7 of spades. Sergey betting 2.5 million and getting called on that river. A bit of a stutter step on that one. Grecu now playing 15 million. Just too high up in his range to be considering folding there. Also blocking the straights. I think it's just a small trophy for this event. Well, no trophy is small. I don't think it's a bracelet or a ring, so it's a trophy as far as I know. Yeah, that's it. They win the keys to the casino. A whiskey advent calendar. Why didn't I get one of those for Christmas? Not sure what's happening here. Action on Frank. Disputing something about showing cards. He's ace-4 off suit under the gun. He's playing 63 big blinds, just under. Frank raised to 1.1 million. That was actually calling. On ace queen 3. $500,000 bet from Frank will take this one down with his top pair 4 kicker. Enjoy says, if I'm 32 and I've lived in Ireland for a year, it means I'm 3% Irish. 33 and a third. He says, loves the nature. It's wonderful. The cities are all the same. The people are really hard to understand at first, but you get used to it. It's an everyday thing. I still struggle to understand what half of Ireland are saying. Hard to beat Killarney, alright. Sergey just going to take the blinds and antes that time with his jacks. Back to the action here. Sergey betting 800k on Jack 9 7 2 club flop. Grecu with 8-5 of spades. Turn is the Queen of Spades, an interesting card, giving Sergey a straight. Grecu now with a straight draw and a flush draw. $5.3 million in the middle. The Deuce of Hearts, the ultimate brick hitting the river. No good for Grecu. Just 8 high now, buddy. Sergey not going to be able to get paid with a straight. Sergey takes that one down. He's now playing 23.5 million. Seems like too large of a bet on the river there indeed, KML. Much of a muchness considering he wasn't getting called anyway on this occasion. As Apocalypse says, stayed there for a week and had different carriage ride around the park every day in Killarney. Yeah. The weather getting comments as well. Birdsey was in Cork for 2013 for 1 week after a big flood. That sounds like Cork, alright. A week of heavy storm, rain and freezing cold. Could get a call with 2 pair for that sizing, but it's ambitious to think that it would have played out that way. Greco all in with the king jack of diamonds. Gets Sergei to fold his queen 9 off suit.
Normally don't understand because they speak English.
Kozaki raising 1.5 million from the small king queen of hearts. It would be a good river to check on, yeah, with the 2 flush draws, multiple straight draws missing. Doesn't want to lose out on any value, I think, from a 2-pair type hand. Not the 2-pair is going to check often. And the lower straight does probably raise the turn, so all of those factors taken into consideration, it probably would be a better river to just check. Not bet pot size anyway, like he did. The decision fatigue will set in. These players playing for a long 3 days now. Only make so many good decisions in a day. Kozaki betting 700k and Sergei betting, raising to 3.5 million. This is a very large raise.
Era cu tu și tu, să ori avea bluff total. Lasă, lasă. Dacă-i dau eu cu toporul, stai așa. Ăsta e următorul, să fiu la dreptul acolo. I speak with my friend, he's there, he's not on the table. You are not agree with me? Sorry? You are not agree with me with language? Why are you agree?
Ace Queen 3 is the flop. 1 diamond. Frank with Queen 8 of clubs. Kawasaki Jack 5 of diamonds. Checked all the way to the river. Runs out 7 of hearts, 3 of spades. Frank going to try get some value for his queen. Yes, Stratus, I say there'll be many a wife nagging if they're watching anyone at the final table. Break out the red panties, baby, yeah? Greku raising to 1 million with the Jack 10 offsuit. Frank calling into small blind. King Queen offsuit. Sergey in for a penny, in for a pound with the Ace Deuce offsuit, flopping top 2 or there 2 pair. Tongue twister. Ace 6 deuce is the flop. Sergey with 2 pair with Ace Deuce. Turn coming to 10 of diamonds, 5.5 million in the middle. River the King of Hearts. Bit of 4 million from Sergey. Greku in the tank. Does have a straight blocker and a pair of 10s. Sergey has shown a propensity to bluff on rivers a few times recently. A bit of a stretch to call with 3rd pair though. Greku folds. Frank taking that one down. Jack A5, 2 diamonds, goes check, check quickly. Frank with ace 7 with the ace of diamonds. Kawasaki pocket 3s. This one getting checked all the way down. The pocket 3's going to win. Frank could have considered betting at some point in that hand. He was very happy just to show it down. Perhaps he is tiring a little. He's lost momentum and a bit of steam the last level or two. Just needs to stay composed, realize what's at stake. Greku all in on the button here. A7 of diamonds and Kawasaki in the small blind. We've got action. The Jeffries for Kawasaki. Not going to be folding. And all in the call. Greku going to need some help here. 2/3 of the time, the Jeffries going to take this one down. 10-9-5, 1 diamond on the flop. The turn is the ace of clubs. Greku turning hard here at Kings. Beating the jacks. Sit back down, Greku. You're now paying 18.75 million. Kawasaki will give up a chunk of chips. Will still be paying 22 million. It was a big open shove indeed, yes, 17-18 bigs. That's a big swing in momentum. There would have been 3-handed and Kawasaki would have been the chip leader, but now as it stands, things have evened out a bit. Frank with king, queen of clubs in the small blind. Raises to 1.6 million. Sergey calling. Out flopping Frank once more. Top pair jack kicker for Sergey on 10-8-8, 2 diamonds. Betting a call, the turn comes the 5 of diamonds. Sergey betting 3 million on this turn.
My friend, you are first. Fourth place you are. 100%. Believe me. You are first. You busted in fourth place, yes. You are next. I have a feeling. It's my feeling. No. My feeling is not big, you think.
Queen 8-9 is the flop, 1 heart. Frank with Jack 8 of hearts. Reku with a pair of 8s also, just for the 7 kicker. Goes check, check. The turn is the king of diamonds. Bit of 700k from Frank. Greku wants to see a river. Greku hitting 2 pair on the river. And Greku deciding not to lead. Frank checking behind. Greku will take down a small pot. Frank raises to 1 million with the ace-4. Greku calls into small with 10-9 of clubs. Kawasaki calling also with 4-3 of clubs. 3-way action to the flop. Flop is Jack, 6 deuce, 3 spades. No player with a spade. All players checking to see a 4th spade on the turn, the 4 spades. Frank now with a pair of 4s out in the lead. He goes tiny, betting 600k. Kawasaki going to call and see a river. River's the 10 of diamonds. Frank wants to bluff Kawasaki off a spade, which probably wouldn't happen, or a jack or a 6, or a hand that's better than ace 4. Didn't want to go too small. At least he bet a big sizing, like 3.5 million there. Frank takes that one down. And this will be the last hand before a short commercial break. If you've been tuning in this far or for this long, don't go anywhere. This one ain't over yet. Four-handed. Who will take down the Dutch Classics main event? Find out after the break on an all-new episode of King's Resort. Yes, KML, there is always a surprise around the corner at Kings. I haven't said that in a while now. I space them out. I keep them for once a day. Where before it was all the time. As we've got action here, Sergey Treep heading to 4.5 million. Frank in the small with his ace-10 offsuit, and Kawasaki on the button with jack-9 offsuit. Wow. Seriously strong stuff here from Kawasaki. And for me, Kawasaki has probably been the most impressive player at this table over the last 3 levels. Okay, we're going to go on a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for more action. Back in a few moments.
Three with the queens, second time in the space of 2 orbits up against Reed. Comes with the 3-bet on the button to 200k. Start off this hand around about 45 effective. How deep are we here? 43 Button, I mean, it's Button v Hijack. It's a very aggressive, very competent Punsri. Wow, he does announce all in. Chat, this is a chip lead pot here.
Wow.
And a snap call from Punsri. And again, he sees that he's got his opponent drawing 2 outs. Chat, this is the biggest tournament of the feature table after 13 hours of play.
Yeah, yes. I know. Queens again. Wow, good luck. Queen 2.
Well, well, well.
Possible.
Jack 5-3, all clubs. Rid picking up a bunch of outs and just has Punsri dead on the turn.
Hey, my friend, zweimal Queens verloren. What can you do? Wow. Queens, zweimal tot.
Wow. Takes it on the chin like an absolute champion. Punsri saying, what can you do?
Wow, nice.
Had Zidek draw into 2 outs.
Nice.
Queens against 9s.
1.1.
Again for a chip lead pot.
1.1, yeah. 1.1, yeah. 1.6.
9 on the flop. Now had rear drawing to 2 outs.
1 for 50.
Queens against 10s.
This is
Gets 4 flushed. Punsri still smiling somehow. Says, what can you do? I tell you what, chat.
1,450,000.
Wow.
That man on your screens right there.
450? Yeah.
Remember the name. Punsri. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that young man from Thailand.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. 2 very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather. Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh, wow.
King in spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace King 9,
On the turn.
Flat could be down to 2 million. 6-hit game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a Miracle River.
Ace 9 or King needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely, really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. The cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious, okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out, Pappy. Bam, I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every live situation at the moment and winning. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK said, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So, 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old Rose Stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punam Punsri earlier on. And well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. .34 big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. Could have been that 10 spot earlier. Riyadh just gets to click call. Cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Bergmost drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 of diamonds changes nothing other than the tease of it being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Bergmost in 43rd. GG's, chat. Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind.
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us
to give Orphan.
spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 of diamonds.
Domination Nation. Huh? Domination Nation.
Spot.
Well, you sucked out on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with open, right?
And
Worth a
Nicky
shot.
P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Has Deeb in rough shape. 4.4 in the middle. Oh no. 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace. would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come, 8 clubs on the turn, changes nothing, hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts, and Deeb
Take it down, bro.
eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place, 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world, upswing coach, and now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away
They come to you for advice now. How would they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
You're just used to being
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Alrighty, we are back. I just got an updated chip counts there. We're basically playing a 40 big blind game between 4 players. There's about 170 big blinds in play currently, and they are fairly evenly matched around the table. As you can see, the shortest stack 34 bigs and the biggest stack 44 bigs. So 10 big blinds in between the biggest and the shortest is going to make for a hell of a fight. And Stratos said he was back in time to watch the end of the break. He kind of did like the commercial for Kings. It made you realise you're not rich enough to stay there, or not a porn star, maybe. Something along those lines. Well, accommodations are very affordable in the Kings Resort. You can find out all the information on the website www.kingsresort.com. looking at rooms for Dublin around the time of the Irish Open, and it's about €300 a night. So that's what you're dealing with in Ireland at the moment. Very hard to find places cheaper than that. Yes, it is indeed a rip-off, but that is the way she goes. Ace Jack 10, 4. It's the way Ireland is at the moment. 6 of hearts hits the river, 4 hearts on board. Kawasaki with the Queen high flush. Goes for a bet of 1.8 million. Sergey, Ace King of diamonds. Kawasaki calling in the small blind with Queen 10 of clubs. Heads up to the flop. Flop is action. King 7, 6. Top pair for Sergey. Kawasaki with a flush draw. Top pair, top kicker for Sergey even. Them yellow chips you see in front of the players are 1 million a pop. Oh, and the turn card, 6 of clubs. Bet of 3 million from Sergey. The action on Kawasaki. This pot getting huge now, over 10 million. The river coming. The Queen of Spades. 13.6 million in the middle. Now Sergey, what does he think he's going to get called with or buy on the river? How much does he want to bet? I wouldn't be betting any more than 4 or 5 million. Goes for 4. Kawasaki just calling, which is understandable with the paired board. Kawasaki will take that one down, and Sergey now will be our short stack playing. Still just under 30 big blinds, 17 million. Fonzie Man says, not sure where you find €300 per night. You can find the rooms down to €50. Yeah, I'm on about Dublin. Dublin, Ireland. Kawasaki raising to 1.2 million, approaching the 40 million mark. Grecu calling in the big blind. 7-6 off suit. 7 queen 4 is the flop. 2 hearts. Ten of diamonds hits the turn. 7.2 million in this pot now. Kawasaki picking up a straight draw. $3.6 million is the bet from Kawasaki. Grecu gets out of the way. We'll be playing just under 25 big blinds now. Sergey Ace3. John Willow asks, hi, is this poker? Yes, you are watching. No Limit Hold'em, Dutch Classics, main event, final table, four-handed, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Best regards, Dan. Action Dan. Sometimes called the Don. Don Rankin. Sergey raises the min. Frank completing in the big blind. King 4 of hearts. On the Queen 9-5. Sergey takes it down with a c-bet. Greco 9-8 of spades. Going to try sneak one through here. King 6, 5, 2 diamonds hits the flop. Turn comes the 10 of hearts, 4.5 million in the middle. Sergey with an open ender, but 2 flush draws out there. Got to be careful. Bets 2 million. Reku not going to be continuing here. He has an inside straight draw himself, but not going to fancy this one. And Kawasaki has got the wrong suit, 2 clubs. So Sergey's bet there with 3, 4 of clubs going to take this one down after the flop gets checked through. Puts his stack back at 20 million. Yes, this was a €250 buy-in, John Willow. You can go to Kings. It's in Rozvadov. You can find out all the information on www.kingsresort.com. If you are a serious poker player or just a poker player in general, there is a buy-in for everyone. Something for everybody in the audience. And I assure you, it's well worth checking out. Bird asked, something just came into his mind. Do I think Kawasaki has a motorbike? Well, if he doesn't, he should be able to buy one after this. He looks more like a lorry driver to me, driving trucks all across Europe. The flop is 7-7-5. Check through, 10 diamonds on the turn. You are welcome, John. Kawasaki going to win this one with his king deuce of diamonds on 7-7-5-10 queen. Thanks for joining us, Stratos. See you again soon. Take care. Sergey with the min raise on the button with king 6 off suit, and Greco in the small with king jack off suit with a reshovable stack of exactly 20 big blinds. Does ping it all in the middle. Kawasaki now playing 43.5 million to start this hand. Raises to 1.8 million. Frank has dipped under the 20 million mark with ace-4 off suit in the big. Three bets to 3.6 million, and Kawasaki puts him in a blender here with the 4-bet jam, blind v blind with ace-9 off suit. Frank has to get out of the way. Kawasaki playing just under 50 million now. Frank has slipped to 16. Greku going to see a flop for 600k more with 10-9 off suit. Jack 9-9 the flop. Frank betting 2 million. Greku with trips, 10 kicker. Frank betting 4.5 million here on the turn. The ace of clubs. Music to Greku's ears. Greku moving all in for 11 million, just 6.5 million more for Frank to call. Obviously we can see he can't. Greku thinking that Frank is going to be priced in if he does have a piece of it. Chris Champ says crazy payouts for 250 buy-in. It's always happening at Kings. And Frank did have about half the chips in play with 5 remaining. Unfortunately, it has not gone his way. He hasn't played optimally in a few spots, to say the least. And over till it's over. Greco now playing 22.2 million. Kawasaki now way out in front with 83 big blinds. Greco with 37 blinds. Sergey with 28 and Frank clear short sack playing 14 big blinds. Sergey taking that one down. Frank in the small blind, Jack 8 off suit, playing 11 big blinds to start the hand. Good off to jam this one, or limp it, decides to limp it. Sergey just going to jam on him here with King 8 off suit a lot of the time. He might just want to see a flop. No, he sticks him in. SpaghettiOs. Sergey raising to 2.3 million in the small blind, and Greco in the big blind with kings. I would just be calling this if I'm Greku in the big. But he decides he wants to 3-bet. Three bets to 6 million. Frank now finding his moment, moving all in over the line with King Queen off suit. Frank gets a 7 of hearts, pocket fours, and King 8 to fold. The option on Sergey bets one big blind on 6-5 deuce rainbow. Greku with an inside straight draw. Some good backdoors working for him in the form of clubs also. We will get to see a turn card. Chris Champ says the music's bad. The front, I actually sometimes love some of the oldies, the old school classics. And I like DJ and I like the uns and the boom boom, yeah. But sometimes a bit of the old classics can't beat them. Very funny comments, lads. Brilliant. I love it. No, enjoy. No official deals are allowed at the King's Resort. There be no deals made with Frank being so short, Kawasaki being so big, and the other two in between. Plus, if they were allowed to make deals, then I'd be out of a job. I wouldn't have much to commentate on them, would I? Joy says, I don't need a job. I've Guinness, spuds and horrible weather. It's funny because I'm currently doing a diet, the keto diet, so I can't have any carbohydrates and no Guinness. Plenty of horrible weather though. But even when you said that, when they were talking about whiskey earlier and then Guinness and spuds, I realised I'm away from all three. They bring a little tear to my eye. All I've been doing at the moment is training in the horrible weather. Not in the horrible weather, but outside in the shed. In the shed now, not on the shed. Since you're all being so funny in the chat, why don't you give me one of the best jokes you've got? All vote now. I'll rate your jokes. Barra says, wait till you see the fat burn off you. Was on keto for 9 months and lost a lot of fat. Yeah, I'm struggling today, to be honest, with the energy levels. I'm not going to lie. I think I knocked myself back out of keto at the weekend. I had a small bit of chocolate. No spuds. I'm eating a bit of fruit as well. Some vegetables. It's tough. I don't know. I'm going to try to do it for the rest of the month. I want to do it till Paddy's Day. That was the goal. This Greku takes down that small pot. I'm only looking to lose about a stone, maybe a stone and a half. No more than £20. But I'm really feeling it today. Well, I said after a stone, I said around £20. I'm about 260. I don't want to be any lower than 240. 235 at the most. A train for heavyweight. Ace, king of clubs, all in. Somehow gets it through. Presume he wanted a call there. As Barra says, it's rough being in no man's land with the keyhole, but when you've the body transferred over to use key toads as the energy, it's very steady energy throughout. Just eat plenty of ribeyes and creamy veg. Hope the fight goes well. Thank you very much, Barra. Sergey calling in the small with ace-7 of clubs, and Greku in the big blind with jack-8 of clubs. King 8-6, one club is the flop. Turn brings a pair for Sergey. River gives Greku the check mark. Sergey gonna go after it here. Small tin value with his pair of sevens, top kicker. Surely just going to get picked off by Greku for this sizing. Greku picks him off. Okay, we're getting some jokes in the chat. What's the difference between an Irish wedding and a funeral? At a funeral, there's one less drunk person. Nice. John Willow has a great one. What is the difference between Phil Helmet and God? God doesn't think he's a Phil Helmet. Very good, lads. Very good. Greco with the min raise. Frank with the all in. Greco going to be pot committed here. We've got an all in the call. It's going to be Greco with an opportunity to knock out a player. Frank all in with the best of it. Ace Jack of Hearts 65%. Greco King 10 offsuit 35%. 3.9 million in the middle. The flop 7-6-4. Frank still ahead. Good start. Greco needs help. Turn brings the help. King of Kings on the turn. And now it is Frank who needs an ace, and an ace only on the river. Cannot arrive for Frank. Frank has been eliminated in 4th place. Well done, Frank. You take home €18,500. And let's not forget about the €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Not bad prize to be bringing home to the dog or the wife. Greco now playing 33.7 million. Sergey with 13. The rest of the chips in play belonging to Kawasaki. As the blinds are declared up. 400k is the small blind, 800k is the big blind, with an 800k running big blind ante. The ace queen taking that one down. Greku raising to 1.6 million on the button. Kawasaki calling into small with the Queen Jack off suit, and Sergey calling 800k more. Flop is Jack, 3 deuce. Kawasaki with top pair. Greku with bottom pair. Ace of clubs to go with it. Turn is the king of clubs. 8.8 million in the middle now. Greku with the nut flush draw. An overcard to Kawasaki's top pair. Does go check, check, and Greku gets there on the river. Runner, runner. If I'm Greku, I'm charging Kawasaki a decent price. I'm going to make it look like I'm bluffing. I'd like to see somewhere in the region of about 5.5 to 6.5 million. I want to get paid by a jack. Bang, right in between 5.5 and 6.5 million. 5.9 million. Going to be hard for Kawasaki to fold this one, having the turn go check, check. Wow, very disciplined laydown there by Kawasaki. Greku showing the deuce of diamonds. Don't think he showed his second card. Very impressed with that laydown from Kawasaki. 60 blinds for Kawasaki, 46 for Greku, and 15 for Sergey. Kawasaki with the min raise, Greku in the big blind with ace 9 of diamonds, Kawasaki with ace jack of clubs. Expect to see some action here. Ozaki deciding whether to just call in position. Yeah, I think that's the wise option. Our hand is like almost too good to 4-bet in this particular situation. Just see a flop in position. Seven, 6, 4, 1 diamond is the flop with 12.8 million in the pot already. Greku checking over to Kawasaki. Kawasaki going to bet 4 million. Greku gets out of the way. Perhaps a missed bet from Greku there. Not a great board to c-bet, but in a 3-bet pot pre with backdoor diamonds, and flush out some overcards there with a bet. Kawasaki playing 53.6 million. Greku going to take down the blinds and antes there. Greku min raising on the button with ace 10 off suit. Kawasaki in the small. We make it 4.5 million. Greku folding there. Now that's a surprise to me. He could have took one off in position, deciding against it.
Depends. Huh? So strong.
They are playing for huge pay jumps. Nearly 10 grand between third and second place. Turn comes the 10 of diamonds. Kawasaki now with a flush draw. Greku's pocket sevens facing 2 overcards now. Not a good turn card for 2 sevens. Does go check in the river, giving Kawasaki top pair. Wouldn't want to bet more than 3 million here. Something like 2.7, 2.8. He went for 2.8. Good sizing. Greku just not able to get the better of Kawasaki in short-handed play. Not so far anyways. Joy says, in poker he thinks it's a bit weird that the biggest money plays etc. happen when they've played the entire day and the focus and stamina has dropped so much. Like each decision here can be worth 10 to 40k. That is a great point, and it's something I always talk about on this channel. Decision fatigue kicks in. You've played for so many hours and next minute you make a blunder and it can cost you your tournament. Sergey will take the blinds and antes on this occasion with his ace-10 off suit. Playing 15 big blinds going forward. Ace 9-9 is the flop. Greco flopping trips. Kawasaki with 10-6 of hearts. Going to c-bet here. And the river coming, the queen of spades after the turn goes check, check. Greco not going to be able to get paid here. His only chance of getting paid is if he checked and Kawasaki bluffed. Greco on the button with pocket sixes, min raising. Kawasaki folding. Sergey with the rejam from the big blind. Greco going to call this one, surely. This is a fantastic opportunity to knock out a player and go heads up for the title. All in and call. $12 million plus whatever that is, so just under 20 million in this pot. Pocket sixes for Greco. Sergey with ace-4 off suit with the rejam. The flop, king, queen, 4. Piece of it for Sergey. Greco's still in the lead. Turn is the 3 of spades. .77% now as we hit the river. The river is the 5 of diamonds. Sergey has been eliminated in 3rd place. That means we're going to go heads up, ladies and gentlemen. Unlucky for Sergey in the end. Will take home €25,400. And the heads up battle will commence where Kawasaki's 72 big blinds will play Greku's 49. It's all to play for here in the title at stake, as well as €64,300. A big heads up battle is about to commence of about €25,000. The battle has begun. Kawasaki raising 3x from the big blind, from the button here. Don't know if this is going to be his standard size. Up is queen 10 6. Top pair for Greku, second pair for Kawasaki. Greku with a jack kicker. Goes check check, and the turn is the 9 of hearts. $3.8 million is the bet from Greku. Ooh, Kawasaki paying off Greku there. This heads up match very close to being even. Greco completing with Queen 8 offsuit on the button. Kawasaki checking his option. King 10-4, 1 diamond is the flop. Greco takes down that small pot. Good evening, Johan. Safe travels home. Choo choo indeed. Queen, Queen 5 is the flop, Greco. Bottom pair, King Kicker. Kawasaki 10-8 for 10 high. Turn giving Kawasaki an inside straight draw. Make a straight with a 9. That's going to entice him to bet. $2.8 million is the bet. Getting Greco to fold his pair of 5s. I would have liked to see Greco continue there and see a river card. Greco with the min raise, Kawasaki with the call, King Deuce offsuit, plays Jack 8 offsuit, 4 million in the middle. Flop is Queen 4-3. Greku getting check raised to 6.6 million here. Perhaps Kawasaki has picked up on a live read of Greku. We've seen him capitalise in a few spots. Greku coming in hot with a 3-bet here, it looks like. 5.8 million. Like this sizing. Another 4 million. 4.2 million for Kawasaki to call. Greku ripping with the 10-5 offsuit. Kawasaki in the big blind with pocket nines. Kawasaki, ace jack of diamonds on the button. Gets Greku to muck his 9-2. Off suit. Kawasaki 71 blinds, Greku 50. Still very deep for this heads up battle. It ain't over till it's over. Ace-7 of hearts for Greku raises to 1.6 million. Kawasaki, pocket fours. Queen 8-9 is the flop. Not a good board for either player. The turn coming to 10 of diamonds after the flop goes check, check. Greku takes that one down with a small bet, getting Kawasaki to release his pocket fours. Queen, Queen 6 is the flop. Kawasaki. Pair of sixes. Same as Greku with a 7 kicker. 1.2 million is the bet from Kawasaki. Betting a call, 10 million in the pot as we see the river, 5 of diamonds. Goes for small sizing, quarter pot, 2.4 million. Reku with the rockets heads up. A monster hand at any stage, but picking them up heads up is a different animal. Wow, and Kawasaki with a big hand too. King Queen off suit. Now, if I was Greku, I would just call. But if we think we can get our opponent to put more money in pre-flop, then we 4-bet, hoping they 5-bet or at least call. He's going for the 4-bet. Kawasaki's sighing already. Greku doesn't want to make it too small. That's 10 million. No, it's more. Goes for 12.6 million. This is huge sizing with aces here. Could make it a little smaller than this in position. Doesn't look like Kawasaki's going to fold. Very, very disciplined laydown. A lot of players might just 5-bet jam that, thinking Greku is up to no good. Nice pick up for Greku. We basically have a dead even heads up match now going forward. Perhaps Greku should have just clicked it back and got his opponent to go post flop, or just flat it in position. It's so hard to pick up any hand heads up, let alone having one ace in your hand, but to have two? Come on, man. Kawasaki min raising on the button, 6-4 offsuit. Greku calling in the big with Queen 6 offsuit. 8-5-5 rainbow is the flop. Kawasaki can make a straight with a 7. It's Greku to fold a better hand. Looks like we're going on a short commercial break, but stay tuned as we will crown the champion of the Dutch Classics tonight, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. We'll be back for more action from the heads-up battle in just a few moments.
But I always liked both. What I used to do when I started my career is I played cash as my job. That's to pay the bills. And then at night, I would go play these like nightly tournaments as dessert.
Right.
So I was playing 10, 20 limit hold'em, making about $45 an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and then I would go play these $20 tournaments with rebuys at night because I enjoyed them. Right. But it wasn't like something that I looked at as like, oh, that's a stable living, right? Like without the cash game come, tournaments are nuts.
Yeah.
So it's much more difficult.
That makes a lot of sense.
So like I would stick with, I mean, I don't know how your brain works in terms of like learning two things at the same time or how much it would sacrifice, but like if cash games is where you make the majority of your money, I would, you know, still do that and then like, you know, sleep into tournaments.
That's what I've seen a lot of the guys do, and it's crazy because like I'll cover you guys, you know, like anything higher than like a 10K, and I'll feel extremely comfortable in my knowledge and understanding of what you guys are trying to achieve. That's obviously a blanket statement, but you know, from a surface level.
Yeah.
And I do love tournaments, I do, but for me, I've just always treated poker like a lifestyle business.
Well, if you play cash, like most cash players that are good, that play deep, like playing tournaments is easier, except when it gets short.
Yeah.
So like you'll have an advantage deep
at the start,
right?
Yeah.
You know, when it's more like a cash game.
Yeah.
And then you'll just have to learn the nuances of like, you know, playing really nitty in spots and, you know, ICM, boring stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Boring, but obviously really important if
That's
you're
the most important,
playing for money.
Yeah.
Like 2.3?
2 million back.
Thanks.
Right? 4.6. 2,060,000 back. If you want it.
All in?
He does announce all in with the A6.
The card, and then I'll have to look at the other one.
See what D-Nex wakes up with.
That's probably coming. Let's see what the other one is. Why is it always ugly? Oh, never mind. That's plenty. Plenty good against this man. He goes only with 946. I saw him before. Huh? You saw him before. Okay, I'm all in.
D-Nex makes the call. Cards on their backs.
Oh, he has an ace? How do you get an ace?
Ben Heath.
Remember what we were saying about best hand? Let's have the worst hand win.
Came into this final table as chip leader.
Yeah, have a good hand. I shoved.
Been a bit up and down if he can hold here.
He would have shoved. He would fold A6 off for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Play suited.
He will stop Daniel Negreanu right in his tracks on winning bracelet number 7.
Where's the spiel about the best hand winning now?
That's what I reversed it. Like, let's forget all that.
To the flop, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a king in the window. Trip kings for Daniel Negreanu.
It's not over yet.
Hunting bracelet number 7 and in great shape to get the double here. Needs to fade the running Broadway of running clubs, and Ben Heath is dead on the turn. Would you believe? Chat, is history about to be made here in Rosvedov? Daniel Negreanu doubles up to 20 big blinds.
People on stream were wondering why you're calling King 8. It's like the completely unrelated hand from the stone bubble.
Because there's so many times, man, when I'll come to a series like this and I'll be in the booth and I'll just be like, I wish I was out there playing. Like, I wish I was out there playing.
The Triton events here, anytime I miss them and I watch them on TV, I'm like, fuck, I want to get on a plane now, and it's too late. I get such FOMO from watching them.
No, I can imagine. I can imagine someone like yourself as well that like plays those higher buy and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm talking more about like the 2Ks and the 5Ks. I'm like, damn, you know.
Yeah. No, for me, because also, like I play at the Poker Go studio, right? And you know, it's limited because the Asians can't come, Canadians don't come. But then you go to these Tritons and it's like the fields are 8 times bigger.
Yeah.
You know, huge prize pools and stuff like that, and they look really juicy. So I definitely get the FOMO from that. But I want to play whenever the next Triton is. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think anything's been like officially announced yet.
I was surprised I came here because I was like sort of a little bit last minute. Leon texted me, showed me a schedule, and all of a sudden I was, this might be fun.
Yeah.
And I had the itch, obviously, after winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
Yeah.
I feel like the meta is in a good place for me right now, and I'm in good control of it.
Yeah.
In terms of, you know, just controlling the pace of play, if you will. So I want to strike while the iron is hot, so people figure out what the hell I'm doing.
That's good, man. No, I'm glad to hear it, because I know it was pretty brutal. I remember watching you get to a point where, especially like the Poker Go Tour, yeah.
Selfie stick.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh man, I
didn't
trashed
see
the selfie stick. You know, that was a 250K. And it was like,
that was WSOP.
Yeah, I was on my second bullet, you know, whatever, 210s against David Peters.
Yeah.
Runner spades he hit, you know, and
yeah.
I just was like at my peak, and I had this selfie stick, and it sort of half broke, and I just threw it on the ground. And then Justin Bonomo said I beat women. As a result, because I broke a selfie stick, and he's like, well, this is clearly a sign that women are afraid to play. I'm like, have you ever watched sports in your life? Have you never seen a football player throw his helmet, a golfer throws, you know, stick? It's called passion, buddy.
It's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen.
This say no goal. This say bingo. Martin Cabral, maybe? I don't know. It looks like Martin Cabral.
Just me and Canada?
Me and Canada. D-Negs, you're in rough shape, mate. Not anymore. Daniel Negreanu flopping trips. Daniel Dvoris with the nut flush draw. 560 in the middle already. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 3 of this 50K. Note the stack to pot ratio. Around 4.
160. 1 bet 160.
Dvoris going to continue for small. In the form of quarter pot. Man, D-Neck's just gonna click it. Clicks it to 360. And speaking to D-Negs, I went to pick him up from the airport. He's telling me about some of this new funky stuff he'd been working on, and I gotta admit, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, you could get Dvoris to just pile here. Although Dvoris blocking some of the King Jacks, Jack 10s of the world. That may try and get a sneaky one through. Yeah, Daniel was telling me how he's been coming with, you know, some limps, some like 4.5x, just taking some really unorthodox lines, some quirky stuff. And look at this. Daniel Negreanu has leveled Dvoris into 3-betting on the flop to 800K.
Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. I might be fucked here, but I'm not.
5 seconds.
All in.
2 is all in.
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, if you got it, you got it. Just what are you gonna do, right? At this point, you gotta play to win. All of it.
How much is it? Can you get a count?
Let's see it. Okay, we got
Announces all in.
that he asked, right? Because then he probably doesn't have a queen. 1.1.
Daniel fading the snap call.
1.6.
Absolutely loving this.
No, you can't. You have to pause the clock.
Yeah, he gets
while
it
you're
at
counting.
20. So that's 1.6, 1.9. This is more than I thought. Okay, 2 million.
He could effectively increase his stack by over 50% without seeing a turn or river. Dvoris just going to run the numbers in his head. Chat, I do apologize. I'm so confused. I didn't hear call announced or anything. Cards are on their backs. The dealer didn't say call.
I'm trying to calm myself because I have PTSD being all in.
This is a chip lead pot.
Stress disorder. Okay?
Ace on the turn. Changes nothing, although Dvoris does pick up an additional 2 ounce. Ace or a spade needed
I didn't have one.
for Daniel Dvoris. And there it is, 6 of spades, corner
Nobody
pocket.
would believe me, I promise you. Nobody would believe me of how, like, I could feel that one. I could feel it.
6 of spades, corner pocket, and we're gonna lose Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, you don't need a fold, yeah. You got me covered, right?
Daniel Negreanu gonna bow out.
No. If anyone knew, I swear. Like, I guess you guys see it. I'm always on TV when it keeps happening. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you almost have it. That's every fucking 3 days.
Wow.
Oh, fuck.
As I said, we have PTSD with you, Daniel.
I could never go all in. I don't think I'd ever be busted.
That is how it works.
Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely.
He's not happy.
I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, boy.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand, Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call, chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do, blind v blind for that run out.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to 2nd in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for more action of the heads-up battle of the Dutch Classics main event. Nearly a dead even heads-up battle. so far. Kawasaki, 51 bigs. Greku, 46. Not much separating them. Very little. Small blind, 500,000. Big blind, 1 million. With 1 million running big blind ante. That's 500,000, million. $987 is the flop. Kawasaki flopping huge here with the straight. Greku having 3 high, won't be continuing. Greku with a monster ace queen off suit. Kawasaki with a monster heads up also with queen jack suited. He's going to call the additional 1.5 million that we will see the flop. Flop is 10, 6, 3, 2 clubs. Monster flop for Kawasaki. Greku with the ace of clubs and the betting lead. $2.5 million is the bet from Greku. And Dems are raising chips. Kawasaki. Raising to 8.5 million. Oh my word, the turn is the queen of diamonds, giving both player top pair. Greku having Kawasaki outkicked. Absolute genuine action on this turn card. 23 million already in the middle. Bet of 12.5 million. I guess if we're Greku, we just call again, right? Greco moves all in. Kawasaki gonna call with a flush draw on top pair, surely. Kawasaki having Greco covered by about 7 or 8 million. Greco moving his chips forward to get an exact count. Big decision here for Kawasaki. I don't see how he can fold. So go with his top pair. It's a weird jam by Greco, so you've got to believe he's going to be behind some of the time. $21 million to call into a pot of 69 million. Definitely getting the right odds, but he believes Greco has a very strong hand, and he is correct. Would be a remarkable fold. I just think the odds are too good here. I know it's for the title. Looks like he wants to fold. Looks like he wants to call. It's one of them. And he does make the call. This pot 90 million, which is 90 big blinds. Kawasaki way behind. Greco 3-1 favorite as we hit the river. Kawasaki going to need to hit a club or a jack. Greco just needing to hold. Oh, the river's the 3 of clubs. Oh my word. Unbelievable. Wow. Greco. Somebody give that man a hug. That was an awful way to be eliminated. Kawasaki doing nothing wrong. The odds were correct in his favor. That was dirty. That's the way she goes. The way of the road. The way of no limit hold'em. Tournaments go sometimes. Greco will have to be happy with second place. Kawasaki, a worthy champion. Unlucky, sir. Good game and well done to Kawasaki. Greco will take home €36,200 and €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. But there is your winner, ladies and gentlemen. Kawasaki, the Dutch Classics main event champion, will win €64,300 and the ticket. I'd like to say a big thanks to the moderators and everyone in the Action Army, all the staff at Kings, everyone else that's helped to make these streams so great. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. I've been Action Dan. You've been a great audience. Good night.